the microphone back away. Maybe hear them starting. So I'm going to get them as they come around this bend onto Cowan Street. As they go along, more people join. Get pictures today? Right. Afternoon. Hey. Afternoon.
Bikers for independence, follow them. And they'll have footage as well because they've got webcams on their bikes. So follow them, give them stars, give Independence Live stars, support Independence,
just
buy your
moved
flags,
off.
like your hoosers. Watch Independence Live feed on your telly. So we are literally at the back so we can get all the bikes ahead of us, but there's so many we can't get all of them. And there's me in the sidecar with my flag flying behind me. And there's the bike next to me. There goes the music, guys. Enjoy. So I don't know if you can see it on the footage, but there's Stirling Castle and this beautiful stream of Yes Bikers for Independence going towards it, and you can't even see all of them. There are hundreds of bikers here. Look at that, isn't that beautiful, eh? Stirling Castle, and just hundreds and hundreds of Scottish flags, saltires, line rampant. I tell you what, it's the best feeling ever to be sitting here in the sidecar, being part of this. And I just want to do a big shout out to the Yes Bikers for Independence for allowing me to literally do a live stream from their bikes. So if you guys are watching, please share our live stream so other people can see it, because it's a really momentous independence march. It's Bannockburn where we had victory, and it's a really big thing, and it's a beautiful drive. So please share it if you want to, and encourage people to join Independence Live to watch it. We are also on TikTok, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, and we're going to be live streaming on all platforms at the same time. And we've got several live streamers live streaming, so Kevin Kipney is going to be sorting all of that out from the studio and literally getting all the live streams, live streaming simultaneous to all our social media. So if you want to watch Independence Live on TikTok, it's called Indie Live Stream. And also follow the Yes Bikers for Independence, follow Now Scotland, follow AUOB, Bannockburn, AUOB, Stirling. So all the people driving past are hooting at us. Just want to say, if there are any like independent supporters in Edinburgh, there's a unionist anti-independence protest opposite the bus station in Edinburgh, outside Nicola Sturgeon's residence. So they literally mugged us this morning and knocked my camera out of my hands, and they were harassing us. And then the bus driver was anti-independence and he wouldn't let us get on the bus, but luckily the Yes Bikers came to the rescue and letting me live stream from the bikes. So just go along. If you've got flags, go along and stand outside and show them that like we're not intimidated by the unionist fish. End Tory rule now. Here we go. I'm going to try and give you a view from above the sidecar, so I hope it works. So if the filming is not perfect, it's just because I'm filming from above the sidecar. I'll try and give you another view from what it looks like, because there's literally hundreds and hundreds of Yes Bikers for Independence. So we're busy driving through Stirling at the moment. We just passed Stirling Castle and we're on the way to Bannockburn for the All Under One Banner Bannockburn Independence March, and it's We Gem for Independence Live, telling Stockton's story live from the road. So we're at the back of the Cavalcade, basically, but there's hundreds and hundreds of bikers in front of us. Yes, Bikers for Scottish Independence. Follow them on Facebook. Listen to all the cars hooting at us. if anyone is watching wants to share it, it'll be really nice because we want to get as many people watching as possible because it's a really momentous occasion. It's Bannockburn Independence March and there's literally hundreds and hundreds of US bikers here. So it's really incredible. So if anyone wants to come along to the Independence March just outside Stirling, it starts at Old Stirling Bridge and it ends up in Bannockburn Field. So come along and bring your flags and your dogs and your family and your friends and horses. I'd love to see people bringing their horses to the marches. I think that's a brilliant idea. So if you live in Stirling and you've got a horse, jump on your horse, bring your flag and come and join us. So I think traditionally the yes bikers go in the front of the march. So good element.
bit of a counter demo on at the back of the march here today, which each to their own. That's the first Union Jack I've seen marched at an indie march in a long time. I think the last time was Pete Scally, and that was him making a spoof music video. So the sailors coming through the centre of Stirling. And here, another good turnout for the length of the walk from Stirling Bridge to Bannockburn today.
I'm going to teleport. Watch your feet! 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 Somebody said it was a small horse.
Aye, always grafting, never stopping, never ending. But so far so good. I mean, a bit breezy, but aye, any dry day's a good day. And I'm trying to think, I think the last time we actually had rain at an Indy March was January 2020. You know, so we can't grumble too much. Hopefully. See you soon.
across, and we're here to celebrate his direct. Queen Elizabeth. Robert with his have gone as far as uniting these islands are concerned. He would be proud that his direct descendant, and he would be proud that she is also the queen of nation's celebration of Robert the First, in celebration of Robert the First and his ancestors today. In this flag I carry is the world's United Kingdom, as flown in Scotland. Here in the great British city of Stirling, which was given city status in 2002. At the time of Robert the First's direct descendant, Queen Elizabeth's 50th year on the British throne. And I bet he's looking down and he's saying, no less, you've done well. You've done well. You've made me proud. You've made me proud that you are the Queen, not just of Scotland, but of all the United Kingdom. And that's why we say, this to Elizabeth. British togetherness, because there's two ways of looking at things. You can aggravate and perpetuate old things, or you can seek healing. And we are seeking healing. We're looking to find the common points that we have together. And folks, there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friends, because life is too short, so don't throw away what you've got. And here in the United Kingdom we have a blessed island nation. So do not throw away what you've got, but see the unity and togetherness which can be found within our United Kingdom. Here's to Elizabeth, our great British monarchy. So sail on, O ship of state. Sail on, O union, strong and great. For humanity, with all its fears, with all its hopes, but picture yours is hanging breathless on thy boat. We are the men and women of the First Brigade, and believe us when we say, we will stay the course for the Union we so love. Now folks, we've got 4 miles to walk, that's the good news. The bad news is there's no toilets at Bannockburn, so we're going to have to, if we need to go, we're going to have to chop it.
I was going to say, I think we just passed the toilet.
But enjoy your 4-mile trek, it's a lovely day for it anyway. So have a safe day. Is that the end of the March? It is the end of the March. We are going to make the national anthem as special procession.
How are you keeping? Good to see you. That was interesting, eh? I'm back out and back at it.
Aye. Seen him a while.
Hi. Just stop as you get. They're having a wee break. We're stopping for a wee break as you get on. Okay, that'll give me a chance to get back. I just want to stay in the shade. And I'm going to sit on this wall. Let's see you waving it high. Let's see you. Lara, let's see you. Excellent. Have you sent me a friend it's McDonald's Wendy. I'm live streaming the night. Need a wee drink.
You're wrapped up today.
Aye, I was
Live streaming.
Aye, I wished I had left my jacket.
Aye.
I thought it was
Tire in your waist.
no. Flag out my pocket. Windy folks, I'm sorry about the jiggling about. not mine, it's Jock Gibson's. Jock Gibson, come up with that, Susie. It belongs in every billboard, doesn't it? Neil says to me to tie this round my waist, but I'd look like I piss myself, wouldn't it? Because that's what they all do. Well, that's what they do. Eh? He's still at, I don't know, I'll check to see if I've dumped him at Manchester. I'm just going to embark on a wee bit to get so. Feeling it? I can't even take my hat off, my hair's a mess now. Aye, I will. I need to factor duffel coat for this weather. Oh my god, I'm going to get some Mary's and just stop for a rest.
Thank you.
Legs are like jelly. What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it?
What we want is
Tory, Tory, Tory! Tory, Tory, Tory! 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 Tory, Tory, Tory! What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Look at that. I don't know if I can zoom in a live stream. I'm going to try, right? I can. Look at that beautiful sight down there, all these flags. Gonna look for Anita. Hiya. You know, please tag them and please share the video. Hiya. Oh, I need to find a wee shady bit. We claim our independence, that's what we want to do. Ah, doggy. Hiya, hiya. This is the last time I seen you, I fell over a ball arch, remember? Wait, just sit behind me. I'd give you a proper hug, I'm sorry, I'm awfully sweaty. He's been alright? He's been okay? Oh god, that's pressing the soakiness on me. I'll catch up with you later, right? See you after. So I was speaking to this fella earlier on and he was telling me this is the first march you've been on.
Yes, Absolutely.
What's your name, sorry?
Stevie,
Stevie, what do you think so far?
I get absolutely takes my breath away.
You enjoying it?
Absolutely.
Hope to see you at many more.
Hopefully.
Really nice to meet you, Stevie. I'll catch you later. Ta-da. So, listen, that's why marches are important, because we bring along people that have never been before. Hang on. Are you okay? Are you alright? Did you trample over him? Did you trample him?
Who's it, me?
Aye.
I trampled him.
Did you trample over him? Like when you're saying you never hurt him? No. I'm not joking. No.
Many have been hurt.
No, I was just Right, hi. As I was saying, some people think marches aren't important, but let me tell you, they're just as important. Because it's the contact, it's the halt we bring to the towns, the cities that we go to, that we march in. See, if it wasn't for all these people, folk would think we were back in our box. And that fella Stevie there, that's the first march he's been on. He'll go back, he'll tell his friends he had went, he had a great time. He'll bring even more friends with him. And that's what it's about, embracing everybody. Doesn't matter about anything. The only thing that matters is independence. It's the only thing that matters to me. Would I die for the cause? You're fucking right I would. I don't want to die before we get it. I want to see it. I don't want to lose any more patriots. We've lost too many people. Sorry if you hear me heavy breathing. Remember the last time we were in Edinburgh? Oh my god, that was incredible, wasn't it? And there's 1,000 of us. We're still sitting waiting. No! Out! 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 Use the claim right! Need more shame! Use the claim right! There you go, Jack Gibson, that's for you. Have you here, Jack Cat? Damn it, I've missed that rest area. Oh, look at this dog. I need to show you. Wish I was this dog. How cool would it be if I got April one of them and I could sit in the back and live stream? Tag them please and share the video. too fast, sorry if it's gone all blurry. You knackered? What a drink? Oh, so.
You got something, Jack?
It's just water. Don't drink it off, Tatty, because I really need another drink. Fucking knackered. Me too. Somebody touched my sleeve and I was like, hey, you've just made it wetter against my skin. Hey, that guy's still there, by the way. That's what he's trying, but we're too good for that. We know their tricks, Sean. We're not going to fall for that.
Be cautioned.
They should be cautioned. They shouldn't be allowed to march with us. Can you imagine if he'd done that in an Orange Order march? Oh, aye, of course we would. And then after we got out of the hospital, we'd be in a cell. Okay, to go again.
Okay. Ready, cheers, buddy. Right, thanks a lot.
Have to kind of split in two here. I'm going to join them. Use the cleanery! Back in that hen. Go on, give a wee backy. Here's to the men who took the oath, the declaration of our oath. Go and see how these two guys are doing. How are you getting on? Are you managing all right? Okay. See anybody you know, please tag them. Like and share the video. It's ages and ages. I told them, I didn't believe it. See anybody you know, please tag them. Perfect, isn't it? See the commotion you're causing, Jock, with that? Oh, we've lost it. Oh no, we haven't lost him. Oh, fucking twat. Listen, it's a union marching with I'm entitled to his fare. I hope he gets charged and try to cause bother. What's he whining? Thought we'd lose him at Mankey. Miles an hour, what? 500 more. I don't know if anybody says to you, see the best way to carry that when there's a wind blowing, hold it down so that it blows off it at the front. I'll get you in live stream. Oh yes, it's the bikers. Excellent. You ready for the thunder? Oh, the bikers.
Okay, can it? Well done, guys. Well done, guys. It's a long story. I'll tell you later.
Yes, network.
I have to jump. Well, people see you on Tuesday. Well done, lads.
Just walking up slowly up here at this Tinsies. Just one or two of you here. How you doing?
I'm good, have you?
I'm good.
Well done, lad. Good man.
That sounds like a Rita chanting.
I've got them sitting at the Easter Morgan. I will spend the week when they get one. Oh. Here's what I want.
Just going to go in class, sort of talk.
I can hear trouble creeping up the road there.
Good to see you.
And you.
There's a few of you here. How many is there?
79 or
Is
something.
it? Good, good. See you later, John.
Well done, everyone.
If you see anybody you know, please tag them and please share the video. Thanking you. Get this wee man waving his flag. Just going to cut across the grass. Sorry, you're going to just see leaves in a minute. Get into the nice sunshine again. That's your freedom bell, Mike. Well done to everybody that's took part in this today. Especially the people that are less abled. Hats off to them. What to exercise their sovereign right. Tory funding. You got a wee drink? Stopping for a wee rest there. Sorry, whoever's messaged me, I can't see your message in there, I'm really sorry. Margaret McNeil, where are you? Somebody tag man, can they heal for me please? Met that fella the last time. It's amazing. People that aren't so able-bodied are still out. Good on them. Thank you. Brilliant, guys. Let's go catch up with the band again. Ian did offer me a shot of the microphone the last time. I think I scared a few folk, so I'm not even having a shot at it now. Maybe when we're finished. How are you getting on, folks?
How are we getting on?
He's not.
Use the camera right! We're sick of all the shite! Use the camera right!
No more shite! Use the claimer right! We're sick of all your shite! Use the claimer right! They're shite! Use the claimer right! We're sick of all your shite!
Use the claimer right! Name mere shite! Use the claimer right! We're sick of all the shite! Use the claimer right! Name mere shite! Use the claimer right! We're sick of all the shite! Use the claimer right! Hey!
Well done. And that's what we've made today. Up here. Oh, I need to tell Tati something I forgot. If you see anybody you know, please tag them. Share the live stream. Thanking you. Don't know if I'm going to do the rally. I brought my tripod so I could just leave it. So I might. Depends on my battery power's like, okay. Put this seat in. Wee floaty. You're right, Ali.
Hiya!
I am alright. Can't wait to be stopped, mind you. I know. I know. Well, I'm taking advantage. I'm not doing it all backwards today. What? What? That's what I meant to tell Sean. That's what she was doing. Aye, I know. I was like, what if I tell, to remember something, speak to Sean. Does Sean ken, aye? Does Sean know?
Where is it?
I live stream. What is it you call dedication? What was that? Is it Cracker Jack or something? Can't remember. Just need to watch that bollard there. We're coming out to the motorway now. Look at all these beautiful flags away in the background. Sorry, the wind's blowing on. Bad whatever. Then all of a sudden something will spoil it. So I needed that later. So they have got a bit of patch. I can't find it. Watch, I'm live streaming. Hang on. Oh, right. Well, when we're near the end, I'll run.
We're about halfway.
We're nearly there then. The most important thing
Still live streaming.
is, we're causing an impact and we're shutting our roads and we're being seen. We're getting the green on the street. That's it. That's a shame. Right. My feet. I know. Just heard the PLO saying 1.6 miles to go. And this is where we're going. Up
Peter, Tracy. Hope you're both well. Peter, feel free to grab this stream if you want it. Oh, I've left the rest of everybody else. Susan, I've left everybody, so they're coming now.
I've left. Go down a bit.
Wait a minute. We forgot about the rest of them.
Just the other couple of thousand.
Aye. A guy with a backpack on, he had his dog in the back of it. I'm getting one of them for April for me.
For the mountain dog?
Hi. Just need to turn her in a wee minute. Okay, on a car. Look at the flag. Look at the big flag down there.
Alright, see when you get to that quarter.
You get everybody. Look at the flag blowing.
What? Aye.
I know. We could all pile in that flag and they can carry us. I'd rather do this than carry the giant flag, especially when it's windy.
It's over here, right?
Aye. There's a guy holding it with his back as well.
There must be some way, eh?
Aye. Right, folks, I'm just marching forward a wee bit. And then I'll turn around. Look at them all. I'll zoom in for these. Zoom back out and showing. Sorry, Sean, I was zooming in behind you. Look at us all.
Quick! Out!
I'm going to get the crowd in, okay? And still see them. I shouldn't fall over anybody here. It's our right to decide. Nobody can tell us we can't. Name our right, choose to claim our right. Oh yeah. See anybody you know, just tag them please. And like and share the live stream. Share it to our independence groups. Holy town.
don't be afraid. Tell Westminster Tories that Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem, this is the day. What are we gonna do? Rip the chains from the unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. Hell yeah! Rip the chains from the unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. Sorry about that, folks, it cut out for some reason. Graham Brown singing now. We're free of the battle cry. Hear the nation tonight. Rock and roll and hear the battle cry. Freedom cry when you hear the battle cry. Sorry, Graham. Loud and clear, a thousand voices rise. I can hear the nation tonight. I can! Can you? Across the sea and far. Oh, Margaret! I don't know even know if she's there. I haven't seen the day. She'll be hiding. Alright, Ali. Nice to see you. You should be here with us, lot. Tonight. Joe and Derek in front of us for the Drovers. When you hear the distant pipes, loud and clear. If you see anybody you know, please tag them, please share the video. We've not got long to go, about half an hour. If you see anybody you know, please tag them. No long to go now, promise. We've not got long, boys. Only half an hour to go. You're doing well. I remember I carried a banner once. Never again. And there's Thomas, the sous chef. If you see anybody you know, please tag them. Oh, that's a nice wee breeze in the back of my neck. If you see anybody you know, please tag them. Oh,
Alrighty. Have we lost him?
Thank you, Jack. I lost my scarf.
Have we managed to lose that guy with the bits
Aye,
of
he went into the park, aye.
Oh, excellent.
Aye.
Good.
Aye.
See you later.
Aye.
Sorry.
There's a lot fresher since he left.
Aye. That is true, the air is fresher since I left. Right, back up the front again, folks.
By the way, Jones!
No looking.
Aye, look, he's right now.
He's probably looking in amazement at everybody.
I can't bend, I can't put my arms.
No.
He had a bad accident.
You did?
Aye, very bad accident.
What
I
happened?
could have killed myself.
I'm live streaming, so if you don't want to talk about
No, no.
it. What happened?
No, just again. Bottom line, I'm back bouncing again. That's all. I won't go into details.
I'm glad you're alright then.
Aye.
You take care, I'll see you at the end.
No, Eddie.
It's all up the street there. Isn't it great?
Square peas.
See anybody you know, please tag them and please share the video. If you know that somebody's here, give me a wee shout in the comments and try and see it. I'll get them to say hello to you. Sorry about earlier on, my video had cut out. I like that, Thomas.
What was that? It's a shaft. It's a bam.
It's a sham. Tories are bams. Boris is a bam. Boris is a ball-bag.
Boris is a...
Oh, you swore. Sorry about that, folks. It's always a great atmosphere at these things. I don't know if you heard me earlier on. I've managed to lose my jacket with the butcher's apron. He cut off at the park. He couldn't handle the walk. But I was like, not bother. We could walk another 4 miles. Just let somebody take my jacket and I'll do it. Fella's taking a wee rest okay. That's a long walk, he's carrying a drum and all. And he's trying. There's a little. Throw myself in the freezer. Tag them and share the live stream, please. you can get to fuck for me. See anybody you know, please tag them. The Union may surrender in the cause of liberty. And if you're not for Scotland, Laura! Laura! Not seen you for years. Here, give a hug. Give a hug. I've not seen you for donkeys. You keep that right. Good. Good. Aye. Laura Tanner, not seen Laura for a wee while. And if it brings everybody else out, that's great. 3 and 23. Yeah. I've just got to catch up with the band, okay? I never see that. Okay. Yep. Are you kidding? Yes. Transport. Are you being truthful there? That's a bit truthful. Okay then. But it'll go in quick. Aye. Just hoping. Once you hit these hisses, you feel you're almost there. Aye. Hold on folks, 3 minutes. Just to get round this corner. Hopefully that's okay for you then. It's a wee bit of thin load, everybody will need to kind of squeeze in a bit. Woman in our window. I get these and they're brilliant for my feet, honestly. Bear with me folks, you know. We're walking in the middle of a street here. I don't want to walk in anymore. That's paper getting all your head there. I call him Paper Chocolate Cream Dallas. Surprised Pete's not here. Pete Scully. When I am going to the mall. Got Stirling tomorrow. Are you?
Driving up there, it says stages up.
How far is it?
I'm planning about 3.5 hours.
I remember we get the buses. Aye, we get the buses the last time, mind.
I thought about it, but like, leaving at 5 o'clock
Too much
in the morning,
hassle.
to get up there, both stages and all that, and then do the gig and
You'd be knackered.
Too much.
I'll probably be going up with Mike. If Mike's able to.
Very we short was talking about. Go on, Ted. How was it at the back, alright?
maybe run it and join us like the wee kids there. Come out and sit and waiting on us waving their flags. Look at the bloody views in the background, so we can see it. See the hills, lovely. I'm telling you, I need a seat. Tighten mine to stop it blowing away. Well, I gave up with that one. Now see, when we get to the park, when we get to the entrance of the park, I'll stop and I'll get everybody that's going in. Please tag anybody you see and share the video. I'll wave to that guy there. Do you know why? Do you know why, Chris? Because you probably always remember tic-tac-toe!
We'll talk about that.
Wait! Oh, you're right! You fell I was laughing there! Oh. You're right.
That's where we're standing upstairs.
Oh, I know, it's good to come out.
I'm just saying what the councillor said.
No, we don't. Aye, it is. Gordon, the guy's saying it is this way. It is this way.
It is this way. Keep going.
Thanks for that. As long as we get there soon. See you after. Right folks, so we're just about there.
What's the name of that road?
What's the name of the road again? That guy says New something road. He says it's the right one.
Well,
I'm following the police. I'm following the PLO.
You thought you've been following me, I've been following you the whole way. I knew nothing.
No, that's just right. folks, I just need to turn it round till we get out of this street, okay?
To be fair, everything did say.
Well, that's the first time on any march we've had an interlifer like that join on with us. Aye, we lost him at back. Just trying to cause trouble. Right folks, we'll just walk forwards now because we've got to turn the corner, we're going through a street. We're too quiet here, aren't we going through the estates? We're too quiet. I'm going to chant. I hope they hear me now. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Tory, Tory, Tory! Tory, Tory, Tory! What do we want?
Independent!
When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it?
No!
Somebody knows where we're coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what, it's good going through the house in this gate, so makes them look at the window. You're coming back, we don't meant to go that way. Gordon, we meant to go right here. You sure?
What's the plan about Bannockburn? Is that the
It's
end
just
of
a
it?
rally, no, there's a rally on.
Right.
People speaking and singers and stuff.
Another procession away back to town?
No, can you imagine walking back? Jeez, oh.
Just getting warmed up.
It's alright for you, you're all casual in your shorts.
Yeah, I'm 52.
Are you?
I don't give up.
Well, that's I'm 52 this year.
I've got asthma, chronic sinusitis, busted knee, busted shoulder, broken heart. Oh. That's it. But I keep going.
That's a shame, but aye, your determination.
That's it. Never give up.
Susie, I care about your sore feet.
But it's the balls in my feet.
It's my heels.
Rubbing.
Aye.
Aye.
They're not cotton, are they?
Aye.
That's the world's worst. They just absorb and they turn your feet into mush.
Right, folks, we're nearly here.
Remember that one?
Yeah, they help to keep your feet dry. They work.
What is it? Oh. Right, although I hate wool because it rubs, I know. Get a buster. What's here?
How you went flogging it?
Oh, hand flung in it.
Fling me on it, did you?
Oh my
Just round
god.
the corner, Wendy, that's us.
Okie doke. I'm just going to stop and get everybody coming in.
Hello, who's one, who? Is that you, Ross?
Hiya.
Alright.
No get far, far.
Come down that way.
Oh, should we?
Aye.
Aye, you know, I'm just
I was just making sure you weren't going to hit the
I can't
Basically, somebody
killing me.
Oh, have they? Sake. Here, Cliff there, somebody's moved the cones.
there?
Aye. Probably to try and cause a bit of confusion. Maybe it was that guy.
Wendy, we're on the right road anyway.
Aye.
See if you go open that gate. Left! 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 Left!
we're just about here. What a lovely looking house that is over there. Hiya. Here, and I'm just going to get everybody to come into the park, see where my tripod is, and I'll live stream the rally. Maybe just do it up at the stage because I don't want to miss any of the acts. Thanks for the meeting, Robin. Okay folks, I'm just going to make my way into the stages. And there's a picture of the bridge. Sorry, no picture. The monument to the bridge. Need to make a wee kind of gap, sorry. How you doing? No bad, no bad. Good to see you too. Right, thanks for
grass all in front here.
Don't let Andy stand in front of me.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were facing it.
Thank you, alright. I was actually getting in here, but
I thought you were facing that
that's
way.
great, there's a left together coming in.
I'm just waiting for the people.
You need to get a helicopter to get it to here.
I know, we've got one, we've got a drone up.
There's one somewhere.
Right. No.
On internal mic.
Kevin's got this now.
I bought you a coffee and you disappeared.
Oh, I was pulling it
And
out.
it was stone cold if you throw it away. I'm just trying to see if I can grab some fish. Will you keep a wee eye on it?
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Bannockburn. Thanks, everybody, for coming. This is all under one banner's 30th marching rally today. again, thanks to everybody for coming. Thanks to Sir Alba Pipes and Drums, Police Scotland, Stirling Council, and can we have a mighty roar for the mighty Yes Bikers? Right, today there's going to be a guy called Mike Fennick. He'll be up at the statue, and it's a declaration of our sovereign Scot. For those who wish to add their signature, make their own individual declaration, have it recorded as part of independent Scotland's history. Mike Fennick's here, aye, up there, okay. You'll bump into him. Right, March figures, just over 2,000. For any that never made it, there's a guy at the back with a big flag selling Avon. He got kicked off the march. But enough of me waffling. Our first speaker up will be the founder of the Scottish Resistance, Mr. James Scott.
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Bannockburn 2022. Now, when you think about Robert the Bruce, he's probably one of, and in my opinion, the greatest leader and hero that Scotland ever had. All his brothers were hung, drawn, and quartered, yet he fought on. This was a man they could never hold. And in Bannockburn, in 1314, along with his brother Edward Bruce, Edward became king of all Ireland from 1315 to 1318, and also alongside him was the Black Douglas, the good Sir James. This was a man who took the heart of Robert the Bruce and put it in a silver casket with the idea of taking it to the Holy Land. But unfortunately, as we know, it's a long story, which I'm not going to go into today, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Taking the heart of Robert the Bruce to the Holy Land to lay it in the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb of Jesus Christ. Now, isn't it fantastic to think of these great heroes that stood on this very field that you guys are standing on just now? Absolutely fantastic. So, we've got to remember these guys. Robert the Bruce, bless the man in cloth of gold. For the Bruce, for Scotland, and for freedom! Repeat after me, folks. For the Bruce, for Scotland, and for freedom! Thank you very much.
Andy Duncan, could you come to the stage, please? Just so you don't need to run away, we've made sure there's toilets and food, etc. for you here today, okay? And we'll get the weather for a change. You having a good time? Free in 2023. Right, everybody, it's Andy Duncan.
Good afternoon. What a sight. Superb. I'm going to do three songs, right, with two different writers. The first one's a guy called Matt McGinn. I'm going to do a couple of Matt McGinn songs and then a wee song with Jerry Cinnamon, the great Jerry Cinnamon. Yeah. So thanks very much to Neil Mackay and to James Scott for inviting me here today. The first song's a wee song called The Healing Man, which is quite apt for the occasion, I think. For the battle for freedom and seeing off the Romans, and then we're seeing off the English, and then hopefully seeing off Westminster ultimately. I think it's quite simple to me. A country should rule itself. That is it for me. It's as simple as that. A country should rule itself. So here's to Indie Ref 2. 10,000 Roman soldiers to the Healings they came north, for they had conquered millions from the Tiber to the Forth. They landed in Loch Lomond then, for the night they thought they'd lie, but from somewhere in the Cobbler Hill they heard this terrible cry. Where Gregorly, Gregorloo, come up and fight, you cowardly crew. I'll have you for my pot of stew, you're fit to fight with me. One taps to the great big healing man with a kilt and a big claymore. He looked a bit ferocious, so Caesar sent up 4. He sat down for his supper then by the bright light o' the moon, but he lost his taste for vino when 4 heats come rolling down. Where Gregorly, Gregorloo, come up and fight, you cowardly crew. I'll have you for my pot of stew, you're fit to fight with me. He then sent up Mark Anthony with another 55. Says, bring that big rascal back to me, or I'll have you skinned alive. They heard the clash of metal then, until the night was done. But then they heard this terrible cry, with the rising o' the sun. We are Gregorly, Gregorloo, come up and fight, you cowardly crew. I'll have you for my pot of stew, you're fit to fight with me. He then sent up 1,000 men, this healing man to crack. But all that 1,000, there was only one came back. Oh, Caesar, cried the soldier, with his head all black and blue, that big rascal has been kidding us. There's no just one, there's 2. We are Gregorly, Gregorloo, come up and fight, you cowardly crew. I'll have you for my pot of stew, you're fit to fight with me. So Caesar picked his suitcase up, he ran southwards in. He was doing nearly 55 miles an hour, he still couldn't catch his men. Maybe you'll all be wondering, while I tell this tale at all, but it has a simple moral, and they call it Hadrian's Wall. Where Gregorly, Gregorloo, come up and fight, you cowardly crew. I'll have you for my pot of stew, you're fit to fight with me. Thanks very much. Thank you. That's a second song Matt McGinn wrote this to. It's called Rich Man's Paradise. And that's kind of where it remains as long as Westminster's in control. The elite do well, and the workers don't get what they deserve. I think if it was an independent Scotland, we all agree it's going to be way fairer than that. Pick up the words and sing along with me, hopefully. Rich man's paradise, poor man's hell. Rich man's paradise, I'll bid fare thee well. Bread and roses all the way, for for the chosen few. You ain't thinking of me, my friend, but I'll be thinking of you. There is no pity down in the city. Gentlemen with heads held high won't see a homeless lady with a little homeless baby. Little teardrops come a-glistening in his eyes. Rich man's paradise, poor man's hell. Rich man's paradise, I'll bid fare thee well. Bread and roses all the way for the chosen few. You ain't thinking of me, my friend, but I'll be thinking of you. Our industries are dying, the working folk are crying, fearful of the things being done. But they won't hear them wailing, you'll still see them sailing. The morning clouds, they will hide the golden sun. Rich man's paradise, poor man's hell. Rich man's paradise, I'll bid fare thee well. Red and roses all the way for the chosen few. You ain't thinking of me, my friend, but I'll be thinking of you. Sunday bells are ringing, you will hear them singing songs of praise, the Lord on high. They will call down heaven's blessing, they will heed the lesson, living through the Sunday morning lies. Rich man's paradise, poor man's hell. Rich man's paradise, I'll bid fare thee well. Red and roses all the way for the chosen few. You ain't thinking of me, my friend, but I'll be thinking of you. Thanks very much. 2 songs by Matt McGinn. Right, I'll leave you with this one, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Here's to under F2. Here's to freedom, independence of Scotland. This song kind of sums it all up. Are you threatened by words of an empire, money and gold? I don't want to be man. Start again. Are you threatened by words of an empire, of money and gold? Are you told that the man of Scotland is too old? Are you threatened by words of an empire, of money and gold? Or will you stand and be counted, or will you shop and do as you're told? Hope over fear, don't be afraid. Tell the Westminster Tories, Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem, you seize a day. Rip the chains from a unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. Will the TV man call you a nationalist for rejecting the lies? Are the words of a few worth a bob because he wears shirts and ties? When they tell you that Scotland's not great, are you really surprised? Will you stand and be counted as something that money can't buy? Hope over fear, don't be afraid. Tell the Westminster Tories Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem, will you seize a day? Rip the chains from a unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. Are we happy that nuclear weapons are still dumped on the Clyde? No. Fighting wars for the wealth of a few, now how many have died? You can bury my bones, but the truth of this cannot be denied. Will you stand and be counted? For I'll be stood there by your side. Hope over fear, don't be afraid. Let's hear. Tell the Westminster Tories Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem, will you seize a day? Come on, Scotland. Let the chains from a unicorn show them that Scotland is brave. Will the media tell you that poor England, they don't want you to go? And the taxpayer-funded MPs will tell you, just tell them no. Don't think so. But in Manchester, Nottingham and Sheffield, they already know that we're fighting for them, and it's only the start of the show. Hope over fear, don't be afraid. Tell the Westminster Tories Scotland's no longer their slave. Carpe diem, will you seize a day? Rip the chains from a unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. One more time. Hope over fear, don't be afraid. Tell Westminster Tories Scotland's no longer your slave. Carpe diem, will you seize a day? Rip the chains from a unicorn, show them that Scotland is brave. Thanks very much. All the best. May the sun shine down on you for the rest of the day, guys. Thanks very much. Independence.
Thanks very much, Andy. Somebody's handed in a pair of specs, so if anybody's lost their glasses, could they please come to the stage and get them back to them? Can also say a big thank you to Now Scotland for the funding for the day's event and previous ones and ones that are coming up this year. Our next speaker is Charlotte Ahmed from Now Scotland.
Come on, folks, a little rain never stopped us to do anything, did it, Bruno? No. How many people here want to get rid of the Tories? Yes! How many people want an independent Scotland free of Tories? Yes! Now is the time, folks. We have to do this now, because if we don't, you've only got to look at what's happening in America now and other parts of the world to know what's down the line if we don't fight them here and now. We've got a Tory government not content with attacking the poor, not content with attacking people on benefits, attacking people trying to get here and make a home for themselves and sending them to Rwanda. But they are now attacking working people, whether attacks on the rail workers, the health service, the education service, the posties, etc. I want every one of you to get behind those workers in Scotland and elsewhere who are fighting, because what they are fighting for is the same thing we want. We want freedom and we want justice. We don't want to be ruled by millionaires and the interests of the billionaires, and that is what's happening now. They leech us for every last bit of money they can get out of us. And in Scotland, we know what that means. All the wealth that we could have accumulated from the fossil fuels, gone. Where's it gone? We don't have housing that's fit for purpose in some parts of this country. Where's that money gone? To Westminster and in the pockets of the wealthy. And they are still doing it. The cost of living crisis. I don't know if you drive a car. I don't drive a car very much. 3 weeks ago, cost me 30 quid to put petrol in my car. It's a wee car. Yesterday, it cost me 50 quid. And I don't have to drive a car to work. So the attack on working people and ordinary people continues. And as long as we let it happen, they will continue to do it. They don't care. And that's why this fight for independence is so important. We can unite. And that word unity is key in our movement. We have to unite all parts of this movement. We have to reach out to parts of this society that may not have been part of our movement. And I want to give a nod to Pride Day today. It's a Pride March in Glasgow, and to all those people fighting for social and economic justice. We are with you, because if that is not part of our fight for independence, we will not win the support we need. And I know that we can do it. Whatever group you're in, let's unite. Let's see bigger marches. Let's see local activities. Let's talk about climate change and how we can do something about it here in Scotland. Let's talk about building more schools and better houses, better insulated houses. Let's talk about alternatives to fossil fuels. We have the resources in Scotland to make all this happen if we have independence. So we need to fight, folks, because as you know, nothing is ever given to us for free. We have to fight for it in a fight of our lives. And if it doesn't happen now, we're going to end up, I saw somebody with a banner on the back of his badge. This is what's coming. Racism, fascism could be down this corner, round the corner, if we don't fight for our freedoms now. So join us, folks. Thanks everyone here for coming. Thanks all under one banner for keeping this fight at the forefront and keeping it going through lockdown. Get to your meetings, get to your demonstrations. Let's unite and win this time around. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Charlotte. The next speaker is Mr. Alan Smith, SNP MP. Come on, he's a bit. Whoa, come on. Cheers.
Thanks, Paul. Great to see you. It's great to see you all in SNP-controlled Stirling. It was Robert the Bruce that said, "He who holds Stirling holds Scotland." And the SNP has the member of the Scottish Parliament for Stirling. The SNP has the MP, the first and the last MP for Stirling, myself. The SNP just won the Stirling Council election. You're in Bannockburn ward, which has not a single Tory. I first spoke to the Bannockburn March in 2004, just after I was elected into the European Parliament. And it was a wet day. It was one of the one days in Stirling that it rains, and It was the steward that said the march was getting a bit straggly, and he said, we need to close ranks. And I had to keep my speech short, and that was basically all I was able to say, and it's what I'll say again today. We need to close ranks. The SNP does not have the monopoly on the Yes movement. The SNP does not have the monopoly on independence. And I will work with anyone of any party and none towards winning our country's freedom. We cannot afford to be divided. We have to be united. Because goodness me, look at what's going on in the wider world. Scotland's independence has always been rooted in the wider international construct. One of the first things William Wallace did when he was appointed High Protector was to write to the Hanseatic League the letter of Lubeck, saying that Scotland's open for business and we want to cooperate with our European continent. The Declaration of Arbroath was addressed to the Pope in Rome, stating Scotland's claim of right and independence. We have always been an internationalist movement. The whole point to independence is making our decisions at home and speaking with our own voice in the wider world and being that force for good. That is what we can win back with independence. Now, we're here at Bannockburn battlefield, a moment of decisive turning point in Scotland's national story. But I'll tell you something. I don't want independence because of the old battles, the old flags, the old songs. We've got all that now. That's what made us who we are, and I want independence for the future of our country, for the future of our wains, the future of our community. The fact that we are one Scotland and where you're from doesn't matter. If you're here, you're one of us, and you're welcome, and we need more people. So I'm proud to stand with everybody of all political stripes and none to win our independence, and goodness me, we need it, and we see why we need it on a daily basis from this hapless, rotted government at Westminster in a rotted institution that I promise, having been thrown out my first parliament, I really look forward to getting thrown out my second. But I'll tell you something else. Independence is not about who's the current incumbent at Downing Street. It's about the future of our nation and building that better community. COVID has shocked a lot of people out of their preconceptions politically, and they're looking to us, the Yes movement, for hope, that we're serious, that we're decent people, that we're of their community, that we're at our posts, and we're up for the challenges ahead. And we are. And it's uniting the clans at events like this, and it's being together to agree where we agree and to put the things we disagree to one side that matters. COVID's been tough for everybody, but getting things back on the road is a fantastic feeling. And I was delighted to see so many yesers in Stirling here today. You're all very welcome. I hope you enjoy our hospitality. It's been great to see you. Now let's get on and win it for Scotland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Big round of applause for him. Next up is Eva Comrie of the Alapa Party.
Friends and fellow Scots, I cannot tell you what an honour it is to speak to you today in such a sacred and precious place. We come here today to pay our respects to those who in 1314 fought and bled and died, and those who fought and lived to see what we will be able to see next year. It was the fight of their lives, and it is indeed, as Charlotte said, the fight of our lives next year, when we have the opportunity to regain our freedom and to liberate this country. But as Alan said, we're not here to do it for the sake of the past, but we're here because of the here and now and the future of all of Scotland. Now, all of us have lost very much in the last few years. We've lost friends and loved ones, and we've lost many of our heroes who shared the same values as we do and who had the same hopes as we have. And so we must, as Alan so very eloquently said, unite the clans. I will, as Alan has said, work with every single person in this country to make our country the land of plenty that we know it is, but to ensure that all of its resources and all of its riches help each and every one of us to create for all of the future generations of this great land the potential and the glories and the beauty that we know we deserve and we can deliver when we have in this country and in our hands the levers of power and the levers we need to turn our economy around, to feed our pensioners and our children, to pay our single working people a decent, honest wage, so they're not having to choose between paying their gas or eating a warm dinner, so that food banks are eradicated and are no longer a suppurating sore on the surface of this land. So, I hope, for once, the rulers of this country and the leaders of every political party in the United Kingdom, and most especially in Scotland, will remember the lesson that the enemy learned on this field 708 years ago, and it was this. On the second day of the battle, when it seemed unclear as to whether or not the foe had been vanquished, all of a sudden there came from behind Gillis Hill in the forest there the small folk, and we stand here today to make sure that the small folk of Scotland have a voice. They are currently voiceless. They live in poverty and in horrible houses, as Charlotte said. And as I said earlier, some of them can either heat or eat, but they can't do both. Well, these small folk were comprised of the men who were too old or too infirm to fight. And the women of Scotland who looked after the men, and the men that were on the battlefield, they helped to bury the dead when they weren't feeding the living or tending their wounds. And it is the women of Scotland who must ensure that there is unity within our movement, because you only have to look across the ocean at what is happening in the United States of America to understand how very important it is to be able to say that we have the equality of the sexes, which in Scotland is so precious. So, Boris Johnson, are you watching? Because there is nothing that the hammer of the Scots feared more than when the people of Scotland stood as one. And that, my friends, is what we will do. We will create an independent Republic of Scotland, which is for every Scot born here, arrived here, newly arrived here, and who will, as Alan said, be welcome here. Bring us, your refugees and your asylum seekers, because in Scotland they will not be bound and gagged and handcuffed and dragged onto a plane to be sent to a stinking, rotten foreign country. Instead, they will find what we like to call breed, barley brie and painted room. One last thing, because I cannot get these words wrong. Our demands, they are most moderate. We need not kneel, our cause it is high. Of true women and men there is no dearth, and our victorious rallying cry shall be, We want the earth, this earth, our country, our Scotland, free Scotland, independence 2023. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Eva. Next up is SNP Councillor Ian Massey. Come on, give us a whoa! Come on, get a bit of loudity.
Hello. Hello, friends. What a wonderful sight this is to see so many happy, smiling faces and the saltires flying high in the wind. It really does warm my heart. It's an absolute honour and privilege for me to be standing here on Bannockburn Field today, a place that has such a historical and spiritual importance to the people of Scotland. Doesn't it make you feel proud to think of our forefathers who's bravely fought on this very land for the same reason as we are gathered here for today, independence for Scotland? And now today, with the Scottish Government beginning to announce the way forward, the spring in our step is back. We can see it, even in small ways, at the hub in Perth, with the volunteers drawn from all parties and none beginning to work together on what it will take to get the job done. There's a buzz about the place that wasn't there even just a couple of weeks ago. For the Yes movement in general, things have been a bit thin, fractious in the last couple of years. It's not been easy, but we've reached and passed a turning point. Maybe for some of you out there in the crowd today, by just standing in this field at Bannockburn, being surrounded by so many like-minded people, then perhaps this could be your turning point when you again start to feel the determination, the fire, the strength, and the strength. Whoop, lost that. Fire, the strength that was present in the movement in 2014. We have so much to look forward to. The current shambolic state of the UK, particularly with the cost of living crisis, with so much more, it's not a reason for not holding our independence referendum. It's only independence that can give us the power to get ourselves out of this mess. And deep down, people know that too. Now is a time to be confident and courageous, make ourselves be seen and heard. We've got information available to us now that to persuade people, the information that in 2013 and 14 we could only have dreamt of. Let us use it. Let's build on it. Let's take people along with us and have those conversations bit by bit that will bring people across to us. Demand that the unions explain to us why we should stay in their precious union. Point out the opportunities on pensions, on the EU, on renewables, and on the well-being economy, and ask them why staying in the UK is even being considered. Think of the ultimate prize, a free and caring Scotland. Think of coming back here to Bannockburn in a couple of years' time for the best Bannockburn day ever there was. Let's go out there and make sure we grasp the prize. Independence for Scotland. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ian. Next up to give us a few tunes is Andy Doherty. Come on, come on! Whoa!
Hello, comrades. My name's Andy Doherty, and I feel the weight of history on me today. I'm facing King Robert I of Scotland here, who offered some very wise advice to his followers and his troops before engaging battle here on this very site in Bannockburn, 1314. I'm supposed to reproduce that, so I hope you'll help me reproduce it, because I'm going to think Scots way hey. Scots way hey, we Wallace bled, Scots when Bruce is oft times led, welcome to your gory bed, or to victory. Now's the day and now's the hour, see the front of battle hour, see approach proud Edward's power, chains and slavery. War would be a coward's slave, war would fill a coward's grave, war say rise as be a slave, let him turn and flee. War for Scotland's king and law, freedom's sword will strongly draw, freeman stand or freeman fall, let him follow me. My oppressions, woes and pains, by our sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but we shall be free. Lay the proud usurper low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow, let us do or die. Right. This is a song for in celebration of our colleagues in the Tory party. It's dedicated to them. Written by Robert Burns 2.5 centuries ago. It's written specifically for them, I think. Scottish fame, farewell our ancient glories, farewell into the Scottish name, say famed and martial stories. The Sark runs to the Solway sands, and Tweed runs to the ocean, to mark where England's province stands. It's like a parcel of rogues in a nation. What force or guile could not subdue through many a warlike ages is wrought now by a coward few, for hireling traitors' wages. The English steel we could disdain, secure in valor station, but English gold has been our bane. It's like a parcel of rogues in a nation. Oh, would that I had seen the day when treason thus betray us. My old grey hair would lain in clay, with Bruce and loyal Wallace. But pelf and power to my last hour, I'll make this declaration: we're bought and sold for English gold. It's like a parcel of rogues in a nation. Thank you. And just to echo the sentiments of my fellow party member, Eva Comrie, regarding our brothers and sisters from abroad and migrants and people who've been living with us since we were bairns, I'm going to sing about Scotland's story. I don't know if any of you know these words. but there's a few nationalities mentioned there, and it's important for me to honour them today because these are the people who will help us grow our economy, restore public services, and be part of our future, or the future of our children and our grandchildren, everybody who comes here, because everybody here has come from somewhere else, that's for sure. Michael McGrory from West Donegal. You came to Glasgow with nothing at all. You bought the landlord and the Africa Corps. You came to Glasgow with nothing at all. Abraham Kaplan, from Vilnius you came. You were headed for New York, but Leith's where you stayed. You built a great business, it benefits all. But you came to my land with nothing at all. So in the old story I read that they came, the Gael and the Pict, the Angle and Dane, but so did the Irishmen, Jew and Ukraine. They're in Scotland's story and they're worth just the same. Joseph D'Angelo dreams of the day when Italian kids in the grass market played, burned down his shop when the boys went to war. But old Joe's a big man and he forgave all. So in the old story I read that they came, the Gael and the Pict, the Angle and Dane. So they're in Scotland's story and they're worth just the same. Christina Mackay, I learned of your name when you travelled south from Delhi one day. Raised a whole family in one room, they say, and the X on the line stands in place of your name. So in the old story I read that they came, the Gael and the Pict, the Angle and Dane, and a poor migrant girl who could not sign her name. In my land's story and it's worth just the same. All through the story the immigrants came, the Gael and the Pict, the Angle and Dane, from Pakistan, India and from the Ukraine. They're all Scotland's story and they're worth just the same.
Thanks for that, Andy. Next up, somebody who's no stranger to the Yes movement, a very, very passionate speaker and a personal friend of mine, the chairman of Hope Over Fear, Tommy Sheridan.
Thanks very much, Sean. Brothers and sisters, it's a great pleasure to be here again. And it's very important that we're here on this day to celebrate and honour and remember those that came before us, those giants whose shadow we walk in today. Some people will say, particularly on the left, people on the socialist left, particularly I get some messages from friends in England who will say, Tommy, why are you celebrating a battle that took place 708 years ago? Why are you celebrating a battle that was kings against other kings? Why are you celebrating the bloodshed, the loss of life that took place over 2 days on the 23rd, 24th of June, 1314? And you know, I'm wearing a t-shirt that kind of answers that. I'm wearing a t-shirt that's got some names on it to highlight the internationalism that this movement has to be about. Fidel, Che, Hugo Chavez, Evo Morales, these people from Cuba, from Venezuela, from Bolivia, no one would say to them, forget your history. Forget your history. Nobody would say that. Why should they say to us to forget our history? Why should we forget our history? I'll tell you why the British establishment and the ruling class want us to forget our history. They want us to forget that Scotland was an independent country for more years than we've been part of the British Union. That's what they want us to forget. And we don't forget it. We do remember and honour and celebrate the sacrifice of those who gave up their lives to fight for the independence of their country. Alan Smith made the point earlier that independence is not about the past, and he's right. It's certainly not just about the past. As the trade union banners read loud and clear, the past we inherit, the future we build. Independence and the independence movement has always been progressive. I tried to explain at a meeting last night, a meeting among socialists in England, some of whom still think the movement for independence is nationalistic, xenophobic, narrow. And I say, no, the independence movement here in Scotland is primarily progressive. On independence marches, you will see the banners to welcome refugees. On independence marches, you'll see the placards saying loud and clear, Burns, not bombs. We're an anti-war, pro-peace movement who open our hearts, who open our hands to those who wish to come and live and work with us. That's why today, here in Bannockburn, we send a message of solidarity to the brothers and sisters marching in Edinburgh on the Pride demonstration today. We're part of that movement. And we send from today in Bannockburn a message of solidarity to all of the striking RMT workers and picket lines up and down the length and breadth of England, Wales and Scotland. Because the RMT strikers are not just fighting for themselves, they're fighting for every single worker here in Scotland and England and Wales. As Mick Lynch himself said the other night, the bosses, they want the workers to beg. We say no, we don't beg, we bargain. We bargain for the best deal possible for working class people. That's what trade unionism is all about. And brothers and sisters, this independence movement has to be about making things better in an independent Scotland. We have to say loud and clear, we're fighting for independence, not just to change the flags that fly from the municipal buildings up and down the length and breadth of Scotland. We're fighting for independence, not just to change the flags. We want to change the pensions. We want to change the wages. We want to change the ownership of the industries like our oil and our gas and our transport. That's the independence we're fighting for. I'll finish my remarks, brothers and sisters. It's very, very privileged to be here and share the platform with the speakers that we've had already and the speakers that are still to come. But I say this, particularly to our comrades and friends within the SNP. You have had the faith and the support of the people of Scotland in 3 general elections now, 15, 17 and 19. You got our support in the Scottish elections of 16 and 21. You've had 3 votes in the Scottish Parliament stating categorically that the Parliament believes in Indy Ref 2. Brothers and sisters, that's 7 mandates. 7 mandates. Our appeal to Nicola on Tuesday, when she stands up in that Parliament, is not just that she says that Scotland will be better, independent. We know that. I want her to stand up on Tuesday and not just say there will be a referendum on independence next year. I want her to name the date for independence referendum next year. Our appeal to Nicola is name the date and we will come together. We will come together regardless of any differences, regardless of any of the issues that we need sorted out in the future. We'll come together on the single cause of winning that referendum. And brothers and sisters, last time we started at 23%. This time we're starting at 50%. We are going to win. Name the date. Thanks very much.
Brilliant, Tommy. Could Alison Graham come to the stage, please? Our next speaker is Alison Graham, Commonweal Board Member, Director and Activist. Come on, she's a bit of a roar. Come on.
Hello everyone. Change is happening. It is happening across these islands. Independence is normal. We have to be a part of that. The choice we've got in front of us is, thank you, the choice we've got in front of us is, are we going to have change done to us, or are we going to be part of that change? Are we going to be the ones that shape the change and the people, or have it done to us by politicians? Scotland's future will not be determined by Westminster. It will not even be determined at Holyrood. It will be determined up here in our mindset, in the people. We have to believe not just that we can thrive as an independent Scotland, but we should thrive as an independent Scotland. There's lots of complexities to build a new nation. It's been spoken about by a lot of the speakers before me. But one of the things in Commonweal is really understanding what is the possibilities, what is the potential in this country that is energy rich, food rich, water rich, all the commodities across the world that are so precious, and yet we have got people who are struggling to survive, let alone thrive in this country. We really do have to change our mindset, and we have to do it now, because change will happen, and it will either happen to us and be disempowered, or we take our voices and we make it an empowered change. We've had a devolved parliament now since 1999. It has not protected Scotland. It has not protected us from Brexit. It has not protected us from Tory austerity that we have never voted for. So what on earth are we to do? We have, as Tommy said, a start point that those who came before us would have given their right arm for. The people that we have, the great minds, the strong arms and the passionate hearts that have come before us have paved this road. All we have to do is actually walk it. We had an open door in 2014, legally, constitutionally. 45% of our population walked through that. We must learn why we did not get that result, and we must change. And the change is in our own minds, it's in our heads. We have to have the confidence that we should determine our own decisions, because Scotland can either be in a position in perpetuity that we just keep trying, or we can actually achieve it and see what we can do with our potential. The natural resources in Scotland are only part of our story. It's the intellectual capacity across this land and the wherewithal and the creativity that we see in this independence movement. That is in communities across Scotland. What is Scotland if it's not a series of people and communities? And these communities all have something to offer this country. So before we go and take our next steps, I think we really need to understand what we need to do as individuals, what we can contribute as individuals within this movement. Because if we do truly believe in Scotland, and do we believe in Scotland? Well, we believe in the people, because the people are Scotland. So if we understand that what we believe in becomes our thoughts, we start to shape what that vision, that potential can look like. This is not a transactional election, and the politicians have to get their heads around that. This is a relationship with the country. We have to convince people that will never vote for independence that they will be safe and they can survive and thrive. So we have to really get into people's mindsets and change them from this feudal mindset that we are looking for heroes. We have the Bruce over to our right. What he did at Bannockburn was he inspired the people. We need people who want to lead not for personal power, but lead to inspire. Tommy has mentioned great heroes across the world. What about James Connolly? What about John McLean? Who knows these people? They took a collective and they made it powerful. We can do that. We can make this change because our beliefs become our thoughts become our words become our actions become our habits, and our habits become our values, and those values become our destiny, and that is Scotland's destiny, and that is to be a normal, independent country. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Alison. And our next speaker up is Mr. Kenny McCaskill from the Alba Party. Let's a big hand.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here. We do stand in a field where giants once tread. The reason we're here is not simply to remember a battle that took place over 700 years ago. It's to remember and keep alive the cause of Scotland. Because had that battle been lost, then it wouldn't be Bathgate no more, Linwood no more. It would have been Scotland no more. But the cause of Scotland survived that day, and it's been kept alive even during 300 years of an incorporating union. Other nations in Europe and elsewhere in the world have disappeared, but Scotland remains. We've now got a devolved parliament, but we've not got the independent parliament that we need to be able to provide for our people. We have had dark days in our lives before, but I have to say, darker days are coming once again. Poverty that I thought would never come back to Scotland, poverty not seen by my generation growing up in the 60s, is now stalking our communities. And yet our country is energy rich. Scotland is rich in energy. We have oil and gas and we're self-sufficient. We have renewables coming out our ears so much we don't know what to do with them, and they're going to cable them south. And yet our people now have a euphemism entering the English language called self-disconnection. It's not self-disconnection. People are not choosing not to have their sunbed or not to put the cooker on. They are not able to heat their homes or power their homes. And let's remember, in energy-rich Scotland where so many Scots are fuel poor? What does self-disconnection mean? It doesn't mean a choice between heating your home or feeding your kids. It's about being able to power up your mobile phone to seek employment. It's about being able to power up the iPad for your laddie who's been given it from the school. About being able to wash your kids' clothes so they can go smart. It's about being able to put on the dialysis machine that you need to keep alive. In an energy-rich country, it is disgraceful. And that's why I'm delighted to hear that we're having a referendum next year. I wish we'd had one before. I think there's been opportunities in recent years when we should have and could have struck, but strike we must. And so I will unite for a referendum next year. I will defer to authority in the Order Yes movement. I will leaflet, chat doors, do what's necessary as I did in 2014, and we will all be united. But let's be clear. A referendum there must be. I don't want marched up to the top of the hill and marched back down again. That's not acceptable. We should have had a referendum by now. It will come in 23 and on it goes. And let me say, excuses won't be accepted. If for some reason Boris doesn't blink, if for some reason they can't get it through the court system, if for some reason we can't have a referendum in 2023, then let me say this. It won't be acceptable to say, well, we'll just have to have one more push. We'll just have to have one more mandate. We'll just have to go into one more election, wiping out the Tories. We've done that in election after election. So I'll unite for the referendum in 23. But if a referendum doesn't come, then 2023, now's the day and now's the hour. There are other ways by which we can take our people on to an independent country in which we can get access to our oil and gas and renewable energy. We can look at other ways at home, domestically and internationally. It'll simply not be acceptable to say, back in your box, Jock, you're not getting a referendum. And it will not be acceptable for the leaders of the independence movement to say, give us one more mandate onto that referendum. And if not, then it's alternative ways, democratically and peacefully, we will achieve our independence.
Thanks, Kenny. A big thanks to the Scottish Independence Foundation who also provide funding for us to hold the events. And our next speaker is Ian Grant from the Scottish Independence Foundation. Come on, Gizaro!
Hi. Having said that, the introduction about the Scottish Independence Foundation, I'm not going to speak about that at all. I think there have been a number of pivotal moments in Scottish history, and of course Bannockburn was clearly one. We had a march in Arbroath, and of course the Arbroath Declaration was another for other rather different reasons. The fact it was the assertion for the first time of Scottish popular sovereignty. But there have been other moments in Scottish history when Scotland has not been strong, has acted naively and with weakness. I mean, who else could have asked Edward I to choose our king in 1290? And then, of course, we had our negotiators for the Act of Union or the Treaty of Union in 1706. And they did a good job for us, didn't they? So with a strength of purpose, we can assert our freedom and the resilience of our nation. But with naive, sweet reasonableness, we can destroy that freedom and act as a colony rather than a partner. Just now, we're again at this sort of pivotal moment in history. If we go back over the Treaty of Union, it was allegedly a union of equals. It never was, of course, and we know that. But the illusion was maintained to some extent by both partners, by England and Scotland, to some extent, until, in fact, we agreed to have basically a subordinate parliament in 1997. I say that with the benefit of hindsight, but a number of the speakers have pointed out that devolution, a devolved parliament, has not had the power to look after our nation. And then, of course, after that, the Supreme Court of the UK was slipped in a few years later, contrary to the provisions of the Act of Union. Once again, we meekly agreed. And we now have a Scottish Parliament becoming more subservient through Brexit, through internal market bills, shared prosperity, and so on, bypassing Holyrood and our arrogant Alistair Jack telling us to suck it up. If we have a dispute over a referendum, it goes before the Supreme Court of the UK. Who's got the majority in the Supreme Court of the UK? And it's certainly not us. So my view, we've got to change the language. Scotland will not be leaving the UK or be let go when we regain our independence. The UK without Scotland is no longer the UK. It is Little England, unless Wales or Northern Ireland decide to stay. Without Scotland, England has insufficient natural resources for its huge population. We have oil and gas 5 times our needs, an excess of water, more than enough renewable electricity, timber and food. Our seas are full of fish and shellfish. We have a trade surplus and would be seriously prosperous if our resources were not plundered at no cost, at no cost to the rest of the UK and no gain to us. So I think we have to shout out what we have given to the UK. It is our southern neighbours who should be really worried by Scottish independence. Instead, the Unionists try and convince us of our poverty, our inability to cope, despite Scotland being surrounded by small, prosperous, independent countries, thriving without London control, thriving because they don't have London control, while we have folk living in extreme fuel poverty in an energy-rich country where we allow our resources to be controlled, or rather plundered, by a combination of pernicious Westminster government and international capital. So I'm delighted that the FM has, in the words of our media, fired the starting gun for IndyRef2. I'm delighted that we're focused again on our goal of independence. And I'll be delighted if she leads us to IndyRef2 and wins it. I'm not so happy about asking for a Section 30 order again. I wouldn't ask Johnson for anything. I would take it. Then after a negative response, we put a bill through the Scottish Parliament for a consultative referendum, provided, of course, the Lord Advocate and presiding officer agree. And if it's passed, it will be challenged in the illegal Supreme Court. And even if it survives and is won, we still have to negotiate with the UK government for independence. So, Scotland, let's get behind the FM and make the case for independence and a yes vote, but let's keep our eyes open. We still need a clear path to independence, and it may not involve a referendum, because the choice for Scotland is stark. We either continue to live as tenants in our own country, allowing others to make decisions for us and help themselves to our land and resources, or we end the Union, retake our independence and live in a potentially prosperous, independent country where we make the decisions and live with the consequences. In summary, we need to unite behind the FN, but we have to be prepared to win a Westminster election on a mandate for independence, not a mandate for an IndyRef2. We have to be prepared to remove our MPs from Westminster, and we have to be prepared to re-establish a genuine independent parliament in Scotland. I am certain that having our democratic rights thwarted by London will ensure that we have recognition from around Europe and around the world. But the key thing is it'll take confidence in ourselves, bravery on the part of our leadership and on the part of ourselves. but it'll be worth it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that, Ian. Next up, all under one banner's own, Neil Mackay. He gives a few tunes. Come on. Oh!
A wee bit higher. Is that guitar on? Hello everybody, what a pleasure it is to be here, and I echo what all the speakers have said. It's a joy, great to see everybody here. So I'm going to do 3 songs. I'm going to do Flower of Scotland, The Black Douglas and Liberty. For Flower of Scotland, just want to say 2 points. It's to be the nation again, not a nation again, because Scotland's been a nation since around 843 AD. It has never ceased being a nation. So it's to be the nation, like back then at Bannockburn in the Wars of Independence, that stood up against tyranny. And I've changed one of the lines, so it's for a land that seemed lost, because Scotland's never been lost. It's just been forgotten at times. It's never been lost. And now it's getting remembered. Here we go. Oh, flower of Scotland, when will we see your likes again? That fought and died for your wee bit hill and glen, and stood against him. Proud Edward's armies, we sent them homeward to think again. Those days are past now, and in the past they must remain. But we can still rise now and be the nation again that stood against them. Proud Edward's armies, we sent them homeward to think again. The hills are bare now, and autumn leaves lie thick and still, for a land that seemed lost, but now so dearly held, that stood against them. Proud Edward's armies, we send them homeward to think again. Oh, flower of Scotland, when will we see your likes again? That fought and died for your wee bit hill and glen, and stood against them. Proud Edward's armies, we send them homeward to think again. Thank you. So the Black Douglas is next. Many of you know the Black Douglas. We carry Bruce's heart. The original Braveheart was, well, turned to Bruce Wallace as well, but carried his heart in a casket to one of the Crusades, so they get the term Braveheart. But yep, one of Bruce's captains. Here we go. There was a man, say dark and true, was Scotland, Lord, say dear. There was a king, will lang will rue the
Scots were flayed himself. Gan cry the hounds o Douglas Vale, gan string the Ettrick bow, gan won the spears o Liddesdale, that Edward leads the foe. He wore the cross Andrew bore by the steps o Calvary. He won the sword Robert wore by the field o Albany. Gan shear the chains of slavery, gan dance my liege manly, gan ring the bell o liberty, shod with the metal free. He won his spurs and bison bride upon the green sea free. He held a leopard and a tide by the field o Lintoonie. Gan shine the shield your father wore, gan strike your metal free, gan shine the helm your father wore by the field o Torwood Lea. He rode your neck when it was murk, done by the leopard's lair. He chased the tyrant in his shirt, or in the field safe fair. Gan pack your bags, ye English loons, gan tack your banners hame, gan tack your king was sought her crown and lost the bloody game. Thank you. And last but not least, Liberty. Thanks again. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. By the cross Andrew bore, by the sword William wore, by the crown Robert swore, to win liberty. Call the falcon frae the glen, call the eagle frae the ben, call the lion frae his den, to win our liberty. Oh, by the man whose faith was old, by the man they sold for gold, by the man they'll never hold, to win our liberty. Call the thieves o Liddesdale, call the spears o Annandale, call the brave o Yarrow Vale, to win our liberty. Oh, by the arm that bends the bow, by the arm that plies the blow, by the arm that lays them low, to win the liberty. Call the banners frae the west, call the raven frae his nest, call the clans that dance the best, to win our liberty. Oh, by the field that once was green. By the shield that silver sheen, by the sword in battle keen, to win the liberty. Bless the man whose faith we hold, bless the man in chains they sold, bless the man in cloth of gold, who won our liberty. Oh, bless the man whose faith we hold, bless the man in chains they sold, bless the man in cloth of gold, who won our liberty. Oh, bless the man in cloth of gold, who won our liberty. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Neil. Could Amanda Burger come to the stage, please? If she's around. Burgower, sorry. Could Jim Fairley come to the stage, please? Give Jim a big shout. He's here to speak to us about sovereignty. Come on!
Good afternoon, fellow nationalists. My name is Jim Fairley, and we are privileged to be gathered here to commemorate the victory of the Scottish people under the leadership of Robert Bruce over the might of the English army. We are privileged to gather here because this is hallowed ground. This ground is very special to the people of Scotland. The movement that started with William Wallace at Stirling Bridge and then Falkirk culminated here at Bannockburn. I last spoke here in 1983 as the deputy leader of the SNP. And I'm thankful to all under one banner. One, for asking me to speak, and two, for their efforts in bringing together the disparate groups which now form the independence movement. I joined the SNP in 1955 at the age of 15, and have been a hardline, uncompromising Scottish nationalist ever since. I joined the SNP just 20 years after it was formed, and I believed, as all traditional nationalists in the SNP believed at the time, that from independence, all else flowed. Our aim was to unite the Scottish people, whatever place they occupied on the political spectrum, in the belief that unless they broke away from the stultifying union with England, they would never see the kind of Scotland they wanted, the kind of Scotland they sought, the kind of Scotland that they have striven for. That is even more true today. Sir Alexander Malcolm McEwen, the first leader of the SNP, made two observations that are just as true today as they were then. He said, "No great national movement was ever founded on caution and half-hearted measures." And secondly, objections to independence are not so much reasoned arguments as vague apprehensions. But fear is more important than reason and must be dealt with. Scots still to be persuaded to believe in the independence of their own country are not our enemies. They are our opponents. And we have welcomed refugees, as has been said by other speakers. We have welcomed people from all parts of the world who have chosen to live here. Our enemies are not even the English people, many of whom don't pay much attention to what goes on up here. Our enemy is the British state. Jim Sillars recently commented that the current independence movement, factionalized and riddled with dissent, marches without thinking. I commented on Twitter he was only half right. The independence movement stopped thinking in 2014 when they accepted what they thought was an independence referendum. Independence was never on offer. A currency union, sterlingization, it was never independence. They stopped thinking because they believed their leaders. I also said, it is because you are thinking that you're still marching, believing independence and what it offers can still be ours. That is what brings you here today, the belief that independence will come if only we keep striving for it. Jim and I debated at an SNP conference in 1984 when he said, a people riddled with self-doubt will seek a cautious and gradual approach. I asked, after 277 years, how gradual do you want to be? It is now 315 years, ladies and gentlemen. How gradual do we want to be after 315 years, striving to make the country that we want without interference from the British state? We have to face, and more importantly, we have to answer, what is it we mean by independence? I am here on behalf of sovereignty. And on their behalf, I challenge you to think what you mean by independence. Do you believe in the sovereignty of the Scottish people? Or do you believe you can hand over sovereignty to the EU and still be independent? I have asked EU supporters multiple times, please explain how Scotland can join the EU and remain independent. I have never had a single answer. In 2014, we were offered a currency union with England, leaving London in control of the Scottish economy. The currency situation has only been partly resolved. There are still those who seek sterlinization, which means we continue to use sterling for up to a decade after independence. Are we serious about independence? We have to answer that question, not just ask it. We have to ask ourselves and be honest. Are we really in favour of independence? Do we believe in the sovereignty of the Scottish people? What is written on that boardstone is Robert Bruce, King of Scots, not King of Scotland. Sovereignty lay with the Scottish people even as early as that. And it was a concept that was transported to different countries in the world, but primarily the United States of America. We have sent people of skill, of education, of learning all over the world. They have been welcomed and they have made great lives for themselves in those other countries. Why in heaven's name can they not do it in their own? In 1999, the independence movement fought the Battle of Stirling Bridge when it formed the first SNP government. In 2014, it fought the Battle of Falkirk when it lost the referendum. Ladies and gentlemen, Bannockburn has still to come. This time, let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jim. Next speaker is Amanda Burgower, Commonweal Executive Director. What a bit louder! Come on!
Hi. I have to say it's great to be back, and watching all these saltires blow in the wind reminds me of something. So I just want to start off by giving you a number. 1.9 million. I'm not going to tell you what it is for, but hopefully while I'm speaking, that number will begin to be clear. So I was announced as Executive Director of Commonweal. Back in 2014, Commonweal didn't yet exist. But what the executive team of Commonweal, that's me and Robin McAlpine and Craig DL, what we were doing was going around speaking to small groups of people who weren't convinced about independence, about why they should vote yes. And from then, years on, since then, as a think tank, Commonweal has published more than 200 papers that talk about policies for a better Scotland. Well, what does that actually mean? It means policies that would make our lives better. Every single one of us. One of our slogans is, all of us first. We don't want to continue seeing a situation where a quarter of children in Scotland are living in poverty, where people are waiting 2 years before they can get an NHS appointment for a condition that is keeping them in pain. We need a situation and a country that puts all of us first and treats us all equally. And there's a lot of things that are going to happen before we get that. And the first one is independence. That 1.9 million number is the number of people who voted no in 2014. Now, even if every single person who voted yes turned out, and you know 100% turnout, even for something like this, is really, really difficult. But even that won't help. Assume we have an advisory referendum next year. What do you think the unionist strategy is going to be? Boycott it. If they don't turn up, and then they can say, oh, that wasn't a high enough turnout. And so we need to be ready. That's a perfectly legitimate strategy for them to have. But we need to be ready to show that it doesn't matter whether they turn up or not. So the number we need to get ourselves is 2,002,000 yes votes, because that's the number that beats the number of people that voted no last time, but also gives us a clear yes majority. So how are we going to do that? Well, I would say social media is great. I spend a lot of time on social media. I don't think I've convinced more than one person in my 9 years on social media to change their vote. Having meetings like this are great, and I hope we see lots more of them because it inspires people like us. But really, that 2,002,000 vote that we need is going to come from us having calm, informed discussions with the people who voted no last time. With the people who didn't vote last time because they weren't sure. We need to talk with these people and talk about the benefits of independence. And to do that, we need to have a vision, not for now, but for what an independent Scotland looks like. And that vision is one that I'm going to try and help you with. Commonweal's producing a book that you will get later on this year, and it is about an independent Scotland, what that vision needs. Don't let us go into another campaign where we can't say, as a movement, what currency we're using, what we're doing about the borders. These are the things that people care about. How are they going to pay their rent or their mortgage? What currency? Will the bank still let them have a bank account? These are the things that we actually have to get much better at answering. So I'm not going to take much more of your time. It's a beautiful day. Thank you all so much for listening to me. And I will be around later if anybody's got any questions. But the book is coming out this year, A Vision for an Independent Scotland and how it all works. Thank you all very much.
Right, thanks, Amanda. I want you to give us a wee shout for the Stones, who managed to raise £250 a day and is getting donated to a local food bank. Go on! Our last speaker for the day is Gwen Sinclair for Yes East Ayrshire. So, the last speaker, make a bit of noise, eh? Come on! Wow!
Good afternoon, Stirling, Fesker Ma. How wonderful to see everybody here today. And I was trying to think about what I'd want to say today. There's always a lot of things I'd really like to say. And then I thought I'll maybe write some stuff down, which I did a wee bit earlier on this morning. But you know what I was thinking when I was standing there? I was wondering, what would Robert the Bruce think of this? That there he is, standing there in his statue. What a finer sight I can't imagine anywhere else in the world, just to see that statue there. I'm an enormous fan. I think what they did at that time, read the history, fascinating what they managed to achieve. And a few other speakers today have remarked on the fact if it wasn't for what they did here at Bannockburn, Scotland wouldn't be the country that we know it to be today. But you just imagine if Robert the Bruce was actually here and he came over the hill with some of his right-hand men. Can you imagine what he would think of the Scotland that he would be coming to? I mean, could you imagine what he might have thought if he had been here on the 18th of September 2014 and he went into the newsagents and he looked down and he saw a copy of the Daily Record, and in the front of it there was a picture of what looked like a ransom note for 3 pirates, and suddenly the whole of Scotland, or rather they would like us to think that, decided to vote no against their freedom because they saw this nonsense of a vow that was there before them, before their very eyes, as they all discussed it at bus stops and behind the scenes, and they chickened out, right? Which is what they've led us to believe, and there is potentially, I believe, some truth in it. And you know what else you might find really strange? That every single time Scotland achieves something wonderful, which every single week, as a nation which is here with one hand tied behind its back, they manage to achieve amazing things, right? We've got a beautiful, beautiful nation that people come from all over the world to see, and they don't want to leave. They hang around here and they want to stay because they love it so much. And the reason they love it is because the people are brilliant. The people are friendly. They make people feel happy. They make people feel they're welcome. And it's an amazing thing that a country that we could offer. So Bruce would be happy about that fact. But what he wouldn't be very pleased to see is that every single, again, I'm going to give the media an absolute roasting here. I despise what they've been doing to Scotland and probably to England too, to be fair. The media is run by millionaires, billionaires who have an agenda of their own. And what they want to do is they want to make us believe our country's rubbish and pointless and crap and stupid, and we're all just silly people who want our freedom. And I can imagine that Robert the Bruce would be pretty angry about that if he was here. But equally, he might have stood up and said a lot more about it than we have. And maybe we have to be a bit braver this next time for 2023, October next year. Don't be afraid when you're at work if people mention about independence. If people talk rubbish and they quote rubbish to you that they've read in one of the nonsense newspapers, we need to be brave and we need to set them straight in a very assertive way. We need to speak as though this is what's real and normal, and we mustn't allow ourselves to feel as if there's something wrong with wanting our nation to be a normal, independent nation. And also, we need to be very, very clear on the facts about what's happening to our economy, because we've been taken out of the EU. Our economy is absolutely scuppered. The report that came out a couple of weeks ago for the launch of the new independence campaign is one of the most damning reports that's ever been written about the state of the UK economy, and that includes us, Scotland, at this point. So if Robert the Bruce, I'm bringing him in again because I'm such a fan, if Robert the Bruce was here, he would be standing up and telling us, this is our economy. We didn't vote for Brexit, and it is our time to stand up and say, do you know what? Let's have our freedom. Let's have our day to stand and celebrate. And let's also unite together, everybody we possibly can. And remember, we are living with the smallest pensions in Europe. The future for our young people is being thrown away every single day. And that isn't just me. I hate things that are just scandal mongering, because it's not what it is. It's actually a lot worse maybe than I would even hope to, would even think it could be. But what is, I think, if Robert the Bruce was standing here beside me today, what he would be seeing in front of him is all the people here and all the people who organised this event and all the other events and the live streamers who are here to make sure all the people who aren't able to make it can watch this, and this event will go down in history. So we are actually making history because we want our country to be free, no different to what Robert the Bruce wanted. And I want to say thank you, and I want you all to remember what an amazing job you've done to get us this far. We wouldn't be having that referendum next year if it wasn't for every single thing that the Yes movement, as a collective movement, have managed to achieve. And we have had the horrible situation of COVID, which has, put a dent in the kind of gatherings we've had, but it hasn't put a dent in the numbers. Yesy Stairs' numbers of supporters actually doubled during COVID. So I would suggest that people have had time to research and are no longer going to listen to the media. And we need to make sure that what we are putting out on social media is making sure people are becoming more informed. But basically, I just want you all, please take a bow, believe in yourselves, stand up for Scotland, and thank you to every single one of you and to every single one of the organisers. And so, okay, Fescar Ma, from me and from Robert the Bruce.
Thanks a lot for that, Gwen. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, the day comes to an end. Again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Also, again, the Pipe Band, the Bikers, Police Scotland, Stirling Council, and also for those who fund us, Now Scotland and the Scottish Independence Foundation. We've got a few events coming up soon. Faz Lane on the 30th of July. 20th August, we've got Inverness. Hope to see you there. After that, we've got Falkirk and Edinburgh. So, thanks again for turning up. Keep the momentum going. Free in 23. Free in 2023. Saraba Gabra!
I'm on my way from misery to happiness today.
Just 7 years ago, Scotland voted in a referendum to stay part of the United Kingdom. But today, that union is